22-117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel and Your Honor, just for your information, at this very second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she's on the record.
Okay. All right. Good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please? The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury impanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at counsel table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission. We need to be heard on this.
Nope. That's why we're here, Ms. Gianetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Ms. Gianetti. I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right. We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into?
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with the dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buchanan did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr.
It's
Yannetti.
not a, Your Honor, most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right. So it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Vanity, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanny?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right. By the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for a voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their
Okay,
testimony.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week,
I'm sorry.
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCA witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, only two from ARCA, that's right.
You're only calling two? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Hello, hello. I am just trying to figure out if my earbuds are just dead or if they cut the sound because I wasn't looking straight up. So just give me 1 second. Hi, everybody. Because, oh my gosh, it was getting so spicy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me just.
Reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Their sound cut. It's court day again. Good morning. Good morning. I think their microphones broke. I don't think they cut on purpose. So let me just, oh my goodness. Let me see if Court TV cut out yesterday. Okay, so we are on Monday. So we're watching Monday Court. I thought I went deaf for a hot minute. I know. I thought my earbuds died, but like they're not dead. So, and something weird happened. Like an X popped up on my phone. I was like, this is so confusing. I am so confused. So I don't know what is happening, but all I do know is that this started off really crazy this morning. There's the Commonwealth prosecution is starting to wrap up their case. So they only have like a witness or two, I believe, left. I don't know their full witness list or what they're going to do, or if they're going to like surprise something at the end, which they really can't. But let me just pop over. Okay. No thanks. Let's see if I can find where all of that happened. Okay, it looked like it popped out for Court TV 2. Sorry, I'm just doing some like on the spot investigation of what happened. We were so deep in the moment. If you guys wanted to see what happened, okay, so they then cut away. All right, let's just continue with Law and Crime. So if you wanted to see what happened before, it was only a couple minutes, which is fine. Sorry about that. Oops. sorry about that. That was just a weird moment that we all thought everything broke, and I think it did break a little bit. And then it was also, they needed to not have it be like public right away. Okay. We are back with day 22 of court. Where did we leave off? That's a great question. I feel like it's been forever. So we left off with Buchanan still on the stand. He is in cross-examination. Buchanan was basically like the second in command for the investigation. So Buchanan is still in cross-examination, and it's weird. Everything is weird. It feels weird. This whole thing feels weird. I'm not feeling comfortable with almost anything from either side right now. And everything feels weird. We talked about how many drinks Karen had, which was anywhere between like 7 to 9, the night that John O'Keefe died. We talked about the finding of the evidence throughout 34 Fairview. They talked about his him interviewing different participants in the investigation, not participants. We talked about so much, and I don't understand. I don't understand the way the whole car thing went down. And I feel, my brain feels sort of exhausted talking about it because I've talked about it to so many people. But I don't feel comfortable with how the car was transported from Karen's parents' house. Participants in the crime. Well, at this point, some people believe that all of these people that they talked to were participants in the crime. The mirrored Sally Port video, the way the car was handled, the way evidence was handled, I feel so uncomfortable. I feel so bamboozled by, even for a moment, believing that there was some sort of ethicality in the handling of the car in particular. The car was put in a Sally Port, and I don't know if you didn't see the video last week, or what was it, day 21, go watch it, because Lord have mercy. So I showed my boyfriend, I was like, look at this video, and he's like, oh, okay, so why is someone getting out of the passenger seat? Mind you, he didn't watch the stream. He's just hearing bits and pieces from me, and this was the first time we saw that video. So I showed him the video, and I was like, yeah, there's a person getting out of the passenger seat, that means someone else was driving, right? And he was like, yeah, because the car was moving. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. And they decided to clear the snow after the car showed up. And he's like, yeah, that's also really weird. Like, they knew the car was on the way. Like, they had so much time to clear the snow and like get the doors down and get it nice and warm in there, because it was heated, right? And they're like, oh, and he's like, look, you can see the tail light. It doesn't look too busted there. I was like, yeah, well, you're only seeing this side, you're not seeing the other side. And then I was like, what if I told you this is a mirrored image? He's like, I don't even understand what that means. And I'm like, me neither, bro. And I even said last stream, like, the mechanics of it, like, I can understand that it's a mirrored video. Like, I can understand that. I'm not an idiot, but like, I can't grasp like the science of it, that part. I am an idiot, and I will confess to that. There are things in this world that I will just never be able to understand and never be able to wrap my little tiny human brain around. And some people can and some people can't. And I cannot. And then it is just what it is. Like, the whole mirrored image thing, it's like Inception to me, and it just doesn't work. And so when I told him that it was actually the driver's side that you're seeing, he's like, my stomach just churned, like I could throw up right now. Like, what do you mean that's a mirrored image? Like, what? Why would it be mirrored? Why would it not just be the actual footage? Like, I would understand if something's flipped, but you're still seeing like a TikTok video, like you're still seeing the driver, like you see the driver, but it feels like they're on the passenger side, but it's clearly the driver because they have the steering wheel. If you take a video, car video. Also, don't understand, why is it mirrored in the first place? Exactly. Why is it mirrored in the first place? It doesn't feel right. Like, it feels very, you're lacking in the whole you are cops and you should be doing it, at least trying to do it right. So that's the vibe that I very much got. And so from that alone, everything else makes me feel very uncomfortable. Like the trust isn't there. Like I feel like I have lost the trust. And I mean, I went into this trial like a normal person who might have like a little bit of trust for police. I very much am ACAB. So that's me personally, but I tried to go into this trial like maybe the cops didn't fuck it up this bad. But apparently apparently, in my opinion, at this moment in time, it was so messed up. The fact that the piece, the one square footage of the car that needed to have eyes on it at all times, didn't, because the footage is mirrored. And so when you see the person getting out of the car, that is the tow truck driver getting out of the car, who again went back to the car one too many times for my liking. Just drive it, get out, hand someone the keys. You shouldn't be needing to go back and forth to the door and everything like that. So all of that happened, and my brain sort of like imploded on itself. And so I've just been like going over all the things that I'm listening to and hearing and talking to people about. And you can't see the taillight in the video of the car in the Sally Port. And that is a major, major, major blunder, in my opinion. The cops really, really dropped the ball. This whole thing had me suspicious when they didn't do anything correct on site at 34 Fairview. Not going into the house, not saying, hey, we would like to talk to the humans who live in this house because someone died on your front lawn. The state police not going to the scene of the crime immediately once they were handed the case, dropping the ball. It just looks bad. You look bad. You look bad. You were handed the case and you did not go to the scene of the crime. Even to just get a glance, even if it was, oh, everything's cleaned up and it's snowing and this sucks and it's a blizzard. Nothing. And this is why the evidence that we have is garbage. Like this is why the evidence that we have is a straw in the middle of the street. Like that's why. That and that to me is so frustrating. And so I'm not gonna like say, oh, I stand with Karen or I stand with the Commonwealth or anything like that. I'm not saying that. That is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that I am so disappointed and so frustrated at how everything happened. And I feel like a lot of people online right now are sort of funneling like their frustration and confusion and like mental inconvenience into an opinion either way and kind of doubling down on it. And in my opinion, that's not fair. We haven't heard both sides. But I am funneling my frustration and confusion and just like I'm angry. Like this is causing like real anger, like the emotion anger inside of my body watching this trial this last week was very real. It's like visceral. I could feel myself just like sinking into my spine, just like, oh my God, I am angry. I am frustrated. There's been a lot of talk about what happened today, like the 22nd in the morning, the day 22 in the morning. I am not really going to get into too much of that because I'm not a lawyer. So I'm not going to really get into too much of that. Just know that it was spicy. Just know it was about witnesses and the lateness inclusion of witnesses and what witnesses are going to be testifying about and the two sides having a disagreement and the Commonwealth kind of saying and making negative claims about the defense attorneys and their abilities to be like ethical and doing their job properly and stuff like that. So it was shade. It was major shade was dropped, and so they had to argue it in front of the judge, who was not having any of Mr. Iannotti's Ioannidis. I am so sorry. I will never say that man's name right. I apologize. His speech, his spectacular grandstanding when it comes to someone saying you're bad at your job and you did a bad thing and you're bad and you should be admonished and you should be punished. And he stood up and was kind of making a big moment. Mr. I think it starts with a Y, which is actually what's throwing me off, because the Y, I think it starts with, I'm going to look it up. We're going to look at his name and I'm going to listen every time someone says it. But I also believe that someone says it differently every single time they say it. We're going to call him Mr. I. Mr. I. He's kind of shaped like an eye. And so there was a moment where he wanted to do this big grandstand. And the judge was very much like, you're not talking to a jury, you're talking to me. He's like, I understand, but you are not battling these rumors that were made about me. So I need to do this. She's like, I'm not having your speech. Talk to me right. I'm going to say about the defense when literally the cops haven't done their jobs. Is today going to make me mad? Probably. I feel like the rest of this trial is going to just always make us mad, in a way where I feel like no matter what, at the end of this trial, we are going to have more questions than answers. And I don't know what that means when it comes to it being handed off to the jury. I'm concerned. As of right now, I don't feel comfortable giving this to the jury. And I'm pretty sure the jury does not feel comfortable getting handed this, So obviously we're not done. Once the prosecution is done, Commonwealth is done, then the defense puts on their case as well. But we were told last week that this was going to be handed off to the jury for deliberations the last week of June, which I honestly, in my opinion, do not think that's going to happen. All right, let's get back into it, shall we? It's good to see everyone. I hope you all are well. My name's Lily. Please subscribe. If you are rewatching, we do skedaddle through the slow moments. I am currently dog sitting, so I can't be here all day. We'll see what happens kind of tomorrow, but this might be pushed to like I have to do a Saturday sort of thing. So fireworks for 4th of July go out with a bang, yeah.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Oh, you guys can't see it.
We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day today. And also on the 21st, originally,
there is going to be a day this week where most likely the entire day is just going to be voir diring, which is questioning the witness without the jury present, so that both sides, the Commonwealth and the defense, know what's going to be testified, and they can kind of not just preview it, but also sort of give it like a streamline, lay out some foundation in front of the jury when the jury is there. That type of stuff. I too really love how the judge talks to the jury.
you said we'd be off for the 21st, but again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. We will
I'd be
able
pissed
to
as a
follow the
juror.
instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday.
Pissed.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left on Friday?
I feel that.
Thank you. Everyone said no. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant?
I feel that on such a level. I can't tell you how many times I've actually accidentally called people like awful, terrible things because of like random autocorrect. I feel that.
Buchanan, please.
We're still in cross-exam of Buchanan.
That I gave you.
step up for me.
You solemnly swear the evidence before the jury in the case that I hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, let's see.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
Don't get me
I do.
started.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, you did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick
I
look
don't
at that with the
slip.
court's permission at 4:46. May I publish
Okay.
that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally.
I don't
We're at
wanna see this
runtime about
anymore.
5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buchanan, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you use the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor, then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? So you don't know. Why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
Move
So you're changing your
on.
testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what was what you saw, what you observed in the Sally Port that night, correct?
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? But it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video, it looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
Yeah. And as it
And on
plays as
Wednesday,
well.
I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the
Pretty sure we
jurors
went
are
over
seeing
this.
right here is a true and accurate surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Sergeant Buchnick, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an
gonna
accurate
say,
depiction of the events taking
Move
place.
on.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, court permission.
Buchnick didn't take note of anything involved in this case. Mr. I got in trouble for this already, right? Yeah. Yeah. So there was this conversation before in our last day, for sure. I'm surprised that the judge didn't say anything. But that's fine. Refresh the jury. Because I think they had Friday off. I think that was that. I think Friday was one of those days. I don't remember what it was. But they had at least a weekend. So refresh the jury on the things that matter most, which I think is acceptable, in my opinion. Is he going a little long? Yeah, but he's not getting the answers that he wants. He's not getting answers in general, which is fair. But the tattoo point is a good way to point out what he's getting at. Yeah. It's hard with hypotheticals in court, though. That's why it was sustained. But the jury still heard it. You know, it's hard to be like, oh, well, don't think about anything you've heard. But
To the beginning of the time of day, for this video. And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I can do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar.
She's not in a good mood. She's not in a good mood today. What happened in the morning did not set up for an easy day for the defense. She wants to move this trial along, rightfully so. However, in my personal opinion, this is my personal non-lawyer opinion, someone who has just been watching this case in little chit-chats through it. She has been making it clear to the defense that she wants to move this trial along a lot more than she's making it clear to the Commonwealth that she wants to move this trial along. Mr. Lally I would guess, I would venture to guess, spent at least 3 hours total asking all of the witnesses what the weather was like. And we got it. We got it. I think it's very easy to say, and a note about anything you notice about the weather. It's blizzarding. As the night went on, it got a lot of snow. It got snowy, and it snowed more, and then there was more snow, and the whole night it snowed. Roads are bad. Mr. Lally has spent a lot of time with a lot of unnecessary questions. A lot of time. And I am seeing a misrepresentation, a misbalance between the encouraging to move on between the Commonwealth and the defense. Hold on one second. And so I see it, and I know that other people see it too. And it's, in my opinion, a little disappointing. It's a little disappointing to see the defense be mentioned in when the judge telling the defense constantly to move on. Yes, they build the weeds that they get lost in. And I've said that through this entire case. Mr. Lally just gets lost. Weeds don't have to be involved. He's not lost in the weeds. He's just lost. And he has spent so much time being lost. And I could probably count on one hand the judge saying we need to move on to Mr. Lally. But I would need some toes, and I'd need a second hand and some toes if I was counting how many times she's mentioned that to the defense. I know that it was Mr. Lally's case to put on, and I know that the defense made choices for a witness here and there to shorten their questioning, to shorten their cross-examination, to shorten or not even ask questions. So I don't like it. I don't know if that would play a part if in any appeal, if necessary, for Karen. I don't know if that would play a part in any like mistrial requirements. There was not a time limit designation to how long the prosecution case can take, how long the prosecution or the defense case can take. There wasn't any time frame limits. There was.
You are unmuted.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
So as my everything just stopped working. I don't know why. I don't know what happened or what has happened behind the scenes on a day-to-day basis. But I can feel a little disgruntled, anxiety, like a little bit of angst towards the defense. I know that there are hearings before trial started that would probably create a little bit of tension, but she's not supposed to show it. She's not supposed to act on the tension. So I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been or and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Thank
Do
you.
you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you
What?
notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
Yes.
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video.
Apparation.
But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure.
Yes, please.
You're not the IT person,
How do you not know
the
it?
technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to,
Okay. Golly.
I think it's
Ruins the lawyer.
5:37. 2 seconds.
I'm missing.
Okay, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
Oh, whoop. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Pause it. You see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left? In real life, not on this video.
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
If they were behind the car so much that it stopped sensing movement.
Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehiel? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion,
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear as someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
Yes or no?
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this?
And there's still someone back there.
Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
They should have made a way to make this
You want to make a quick briefing?
from where he's sitting. They had the weekend. They should have had their tech guy come in, tech guy, tech gal, tech human, tech non-binary, tech. Happy Pride, by the way. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride. They should have had someone in their tech world of lawyers that they work with make that timestamp visible.
You are
because I was
unmuted.
already
All
spoken
right,
about.
so Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar with the court wishes.
All right, are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you, yes. Thank you,
Maybe the court's
yes.
She should have seen it over the weekend. This is an issue. This is an issue. Yes. She should have seen it. She should have at least had it, whatever it is. She might have it. I don't know what they're talking about. He might be like, well, you have it. Something like that. I don't know. Magic happens. But we're skedaddle. We're gonna skedaddle.
But all right.
The jury is leaving. Oh no.
But all right.
Look at Karen's face. She's not. I don't think she's happy right now. I mean, I wouldn't be too. I'm on trial for murder. Well, she is. I'm not. All right, we're not gonna hear anything. And there's the fan.
Mission of the last mission.
We're back session being seated.
Where
Does
is
council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, it was back again,
I did the
okay.
same thing. It's
All right, so that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter?
5:42.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay,
she's gonna need a new
It's
pair of
move that
glasses.
to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
This is non-mirrored. This is the non-mirrored. Look, POLICE, police, police. This is not mirrored. Did they flip it? Is this edit? But is this edit? Did they flip it? Did they edit it? What's happening? What is happening?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right, left is left in this vehicle.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
Go ahead, thank you, sorry. Just a few seconds, please.
Meaning the other one is not an accurate depiction. Whoop, whoop.
Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as moving toward the right. I'm sorry. Yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead. Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Gates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sally Port. You can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? You see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to the bad question. on my
They
part.
are not
With the court's
good
permission,
enough.
would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Approach. Watch us walk. Compared to the one in the video. No, don't do that. Everyone was walking funny because it was slippery in there with the snow.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, it was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
Blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to the area of the video right above the hand drop. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down.
He wanted
We've
to go
seen a
further.
corrected version of that Sally Port video from that camera. There's also another
He wanted to go further to tie that into the photos of the evidence, like the red Solo cups that we saw that were photographed right behind the car, right next to that four-wheeler truck golf cart thing that had that towel in the same photos. But he wasn't able to identify the photo or the towel in this still. So
Other camera on the opposite side of the Sally Port, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sally Port, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that.
Yes.
I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique
again?
police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that
I
this
can't see.
video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We can play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
what is this, 1942? What kind of garbage is this?
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that
Uh-oh.
unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant, would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark, correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42.
That's okay. And this reads vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears,
Don't make
correct,
witnesses
at
do math.
5:50.
Don't make witnesses do math.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video,
better.
Sergeant,
You got
you will
it.
agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port. correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway and then to the southward? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until
Not familiar.
5:50 in the evening,
Not Karen.
that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing, it's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Buchnick. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Well,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That's the end of cross-examination. Whoa. Sorry, I'm eating chips. I love Cape Cod kettle chips. I love. It's 12:12. And oh my gosh. I'm like full of the energies right now. Okay. So what just happened? What just happened was that Buchnick said out loud that there is no existing footage of what he told everyone was Proctor to be doing at that taillight when the car skedaddled in to the Sally Port. Because this video that we just watched, the really dark one that you can see shit in, jumped from 5:08 to 5:50 p.m. The car pulled in earlier than that. When Sergeant Buchnick went up to look at the timestamp the first time, it was 5:38. Redirect. He's getting good. Mr. Lally, did you get sun or are you anxious? He looks a little red. It was a hot, sunny time this past weekend. Oh my gosh.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony.
He doesn't
the condition of
remember
that video,
Wednesday.
you with that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
Sustained. You can't leave, Mr. Lally.
What if anything was done to alter or change that video,
Finally.
received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
He's
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as
you're
far as
ridiculous,
the
Ray.
cameras are motion
Yes.
activated, correct?
That's correct.
As far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
But y'all were there moving around. Y'all were
From
back
the
there.
video, at
moving.
least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
You might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Get a snack. We're gonna watch a 6-minute video. And like my allergies are acting up. 6 minutes. Lock in, folks. He did point out Proctor as the one holding that folder.
And that
Why?
hearing just played before the jury. That is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed driveway video into the south area, correct?
That's correct.
The tow truck.
Sorry, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that. It's going to be good.
Did the tow truck driver take a picture of the
Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to
taillight?
the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What? I'm sorry if that was.
I don't
loud.
remember
What?
exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the.
Shut up. Stop. Absolutely shut up. Shut all the way up. There's absolutely no way. Shut up. Yeah, some snow fell off.
Sergeant, if I could
He
direct your
slammed the
attention
door.
back to the ring video. I think it was
No.
video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
Shut up.
I'll allow it.
What? What?
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Shut all the way up. Shut up. Shut all the way up. There is no way. She allowed that? She allowed that? Okay. It's not that he couldn't answer that. Yeah, he watched both videos. Snow came off the door when he shut the car door. Snow did not come off John's car when she bumped into John's car. He can answer that. It's not the answering, it's the implication. What? What? See, there wasn't hit hard enough to do anything. No snow came off of John's car. I can't believe. I can't believe. I am of disbelief. I'm in shock. There's no way. I wholeheartedly feel like that should have been sustained. That was, in my opinion, it was inappropriate. It was an inappropriate question. I also love that they decided now is a good time to clean the snow when that very easily could have been done. But I don't know, before the car showed up, and then shut the doors to the Sally Port so that there wasn't 5 grown men walking around the car with sticks, quite possibly 6. Where are all these people coming from and where are they going? Oh, that's right. It stops recording when there's no movement and then people randomly appear, but they're constantly moving. And this is the Sally Port. This is where People who were arrested and need to go into holding or processing get pulled up to the police department, get let out, out of the car, led into the police department to be processed and put into holding cells and all that stuff. This is where it happens. This is not for evidence. Why do you have a motion activated camera and not just a camera that's constantly rolling? Storage shouldn't be an issue. Have we heard of the cloud? It's excuse after excuse. It's excuse after excuse. I would definitely be tempted to take the snow off the step. Like, just take my broom and sweep it. I would have been so tempted. I would say they're doing a good job of not touching it, but they are going to be touching it in a second. Not with their hands directly, at least from what we can see, but with other things. Like, there should have been no movement near that tail light if it was so important to them. There should not have been brooms, shovels, humans near that tail light. One person to go over and put the tape or take pictures or whatever. And did they even take pictures as it came in? So we could see with the snow packed into it? Did they take pictures of that? I think they did once the tape went up.
Thank you. And Mr. Officer, would now the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed tail?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos at One Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Deccan?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle was being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
I mean, if he's going to be getting into what Karen said, yeah, sidebar, homies. We have a new, we had a new voice for the Commonwealth today. I heard her name. I did not, I feel like Montgomery. Was it Montgomery? Washington? I don't know. I heard her name. Today she is in the tweed, jacket. I think she was also the other day dressed in all yellow. She's a vibe. She's for sure a vibe. I love it so much. So if they are going to get into the things that Karen says, they need to make sure that they are all on the same page. And
You are unmuted.
I'm just trying to keep my face out of the way. Wow. I'm still in shock.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
Yeah, I think she's always been.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
I loved her in white. Karen in white was really good.
Now,
I
if
hope
I
she
could
wears
turn
more
you
white.
back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the chief medical examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made
Karen
that statement to the representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders.
Everyone is saying, Karen said she hit him. Karen said she hit him. Karen said she hit him. But when they track it down to who's, okay, so you're the doctor and someone told you that Karen said she hit him, right? Yeah, it's in the report. No, it's not. Yeah, this EMS person said that she said she hit him. It's not in a report. Did you report it? No. Jen, oh, she said she hit him. Did you tell any of the police officers that she said that? Every time you talk to them? No. So when did she say she hit him? When did Karen say, and I quote, I hit him? Everyone has such fantastic memories of very certain things and terrible memories of everything else. No one remembers the moment Karen said, I hit him.
Indicating that the defendant had stated, I hit him. Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamani, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
No, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
I was just going through my notes, and I just want to remind everyone that Sean Good, Sergeant Good, was working the 911 dispatch that night. I don't remember. This was very early on, like first, maybe second week, day 5. Yeah, so this was like second week. Sergeant Good was working the 911 dispatch, and he got a call from Kerry Roberts. He answered, and someone called Kerry Roberts called 911, and he answered. And he said, "Hey, did John O'Keefe, did anyone named John O'Keefe get locked up? Were there calls or anything about him looking for John?" And Sean Good, was the one who answered the phone. I just want to make just a little reminder about that man.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. Approach.
Yes.
Because John had an injury on the back of his head.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, "I hit him," or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m., before 10:41 a.m., that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
If after
Yes, you do.
mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that's a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You were aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level. And I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barrows to the stand.
Okay.
So you have to say the court during the case now, answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
So,
Sorry, I had a voicemail that sad. So let's see. What about the dog scratches on his arm? The dog scratches, well, to the Commonwealth, that's from him being hit by a car that was traveling 25 miles per hour. And to everyone else, it looks like dog scratches. That's pretty much where we're at right now. We will hear more about the dog scratches in the defense's case, though. Well, the scratches. I don't want to, the alleged dog scratches. We will hear more about it.
all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
Did you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shifts by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continues, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so
I'm going to put it in normal speed for a second to get like a true feeling of how fast he answers. I've noticed a couple of these witnesses answer so fast.
Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
First of the day.
Reed residence, was that a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
Wow.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing the vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of
be right
Dayton,
back.
if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explaining to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the
It
driveway?
was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and Sergeant from the State Police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter of the panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there was about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle, there was snow on the vehicle.
No, sorry, I just got a phone call. I had an older friend, and she wasn't calling me back, and like her phone like wasn't working. And I just found out she's in a nursing home now nearby because of her dementia. So I'm contacting my friend who is also friends with her to let her know what's going on because we weren't kept in the loop. So sorry, I was listening though. I have my earbuds in. Is this the first we're hearing about a dent? No, we have heard about the dent. We have mentioned about the dent. We had mentioned about a scratch from the one forensic scientist. She mentioned about the markings, but we have heard about the dent from a police officer before, I believe. But there hasn't been a lot of talk about the dent.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you had reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent?
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
I really wanted to be like, yeah.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cross-examination? All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, so
Thank
thank you.
Judge, is that moving the case along fast enough for you? No questions? No cross-examination? There wasn't.
Do you want to call
anything
another
to be
witness or
crossed.
morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning?
There was nothing that he said that the defense needed to be like, you're a liar, because he's not involved. He was called to assist, to show up, to get a tow truck because Karen was in a different city. She traveled to her parents' house. So he was like, I am not spending my whole day. It's like, I gotta go. Bye. That was my lunch break, right? He's probably like, I did this on my lunch break. I gotta go. Bye. So let's see. They're doing a sidebar. The jury has left. We're gonna skedaddle through. And go to the fan. All right. And the mid-morning break is over for the jury.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Welcome, officers. Do you mind please step up?
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the evidence the court is during the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
All I have to say is I hope you guys have your hats tied on and aren't even wearing socks because they're probably going to about to be blown right off, right? Trooper Michael Proctor has entered the building. Let's go.
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. How long have you been a trooper with the State Police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the Homicide Unit, with the Detective Unit, at the District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrate software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
It wasn't
And at
mentioned
some point in the
much.
morning, did you
It has
receive
not
a
been
call in
topic
regards
for a
to
while.
situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call?
Sergeant Buchanan called.
But when it was, I mean, just shut up, Trooper Proctor, shut up. You've done enough. When it was brought up and talked about, it was sort of like, because the forensic scientist found the little hair that was near the dent or like on the dent or, around the dent. She's like, see, there's a hair. So the dent makes sense that it was a person who contacted it type of energy. Like that was like the type of vibe that they wanted to give off. No.
Called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a mail party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a mail party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who was treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that.
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information,
You can share. Look, we're jurors who can frequently, whenever we want, do our own research because we're not actually jurors. So you can share whatever you want to share. That's totally fine. I did come across some things this weekend as well. I do try to keep an open mind. You guys know how I go into these things. But I did come across some things. I mean, I've been coming across things. I also saw a really funny TikTok of some girl in her garage, like recording, taking pictures of her entire car. She's like, "This is how I be before I go out with my girls." Like, this is how I be before I leave my house. It's so funny. So you can share if you want. But yeah,
Who did
I'm
you call
listening
next?
real close.
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Buchanan arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned up your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, sometime you both arrived around 10 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived?
We spoke with the, Sergeant Sean Good.
Mm-hmm.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January.
But did Sergeant Good tell you that Kerry Roberts called even earlier than that looking for John? Did Sergeant Good not tell you that before Jen called on the scene when they found John, did Sergeant Good tell you that Kerry Roberts, who was also on the scene, called looking to see if anyone named John O'Keefe was in a car accident, was arrested, was in holding, was being obnoxious, got handcuffed, was involved in anything? Did he tell you that?
January 29th, 2022. Had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now,
Why?
with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan,
Why?
how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
From 10 a.m. approximately, we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. We also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Mechanic or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris L, that I believe were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that
Which
one
one?
that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes,
And they had not been responsive to that?
correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes,
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Alvarez. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Alvarez?
And I've met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Ms. Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
Okay,
And
let's break that
You
down
mentioned there
real
was a second
fast.
reason that
Hold on. Okay, so he said 11 o'clock?
Approximately 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Okay. So Karen was Section 12, let's say 7 a.m. Anywhere between that and like 7:30 when like the scene was cleared out, right? So 7:30, she gets to the hospital. She's kind of situated. Let's call it 8. We're giving it a lackadaisical. To 9 to 10 to 11 to 12 to 1. That's 5 hours if she left right at 1 before he got there, right? But she was with several hours. So she was only there for a little bit. So when she got Section 12, she was taken to the hospital. See, we haven't heard much about this. She got Section 12, taken to the hospital. She probably had her blood test. That's how they got the blood alcohol, the science version of it. And then she was like released because they didn't see it fit. They didn't see a hold on her necessary. Because if they did, they wouldn't have released her several hours before 1 p.m. when she just got there at 7 something in the morning.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And in your application, did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe to the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that
Sustained. Next question.
Yeah,
I'll strike them fairly common, the observations.
thank you.
As far as the
Yes,
clothing that
it
you
is
observed, can you
fairly
describe the clothing that you observed?
yes.
Yes, it is fairly common when people are struck by moving vehicles, when a car is moving towards them, it is fairly common for them to lose a shoe. It's like really common, especially in fatal car accidents or like extremely damaging pedestrian versus car incidents. It is very common for them to lose shoes. Shoes will come off because that's just like the science of it. Don't ask me about science. But it's also fairly common to have respective injuries of being hit by a car.
We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
While I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
I want to see your type on this.
What does spent on the road mean? Is that like as like a police officer, like traffic officer? I think that's what it means. Maybe him like working traffic. All right, we're gonna boot, scoot, and boogie.
Is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
Any observations that
Sorry, I went too far. It went too far. Sorry.
Chatty Juror?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations that you made on those prior occasions in regards to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians and motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker on Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with a white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, sorry, let me just put the sign on.
Ooh, those sirens come up fast. They come up fast and strong.
Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to first rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, of January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home. And having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mrs. McCabe, you spoke to Miss Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Buchanan's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Buchanan position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country?
From what I recall, Sergeant Buchanan went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Mechanic approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, if you can stop.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that and finish.
Like, the leading questions is insane. What you looking at?
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes,
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Don't try to
Approach her.
shame her
Yes.
for having this
I'll
car.
seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Got money, she can have a Lexus. And
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I can take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was, in fact, hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at C.F. McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give
yeah,
it to
they're right
a cell phone
down
expert in our
with
office,
everything.
Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in,
This was a question that I was chatting with my boyfriend about over the weekend or whatever day it was the search warrants, the seizing of the phone, the seizing of the car. I don't know what's necessary. And you would think that you'd be able to trust the cops when it comes to all of that, but don't. The car being towed away, is a very, and like, it's interesting to me because the car had damage to the taillight. They allegedly observed the damage to the taillight, and they just decided that it needs to be collected to go to evidence. Like, they just towed her car, and also just took her phone. When it comes to the phone, I sort of understand, but they didn't have any search warrants for any of it yet. I don't know anything about that. So if anyone knows more about
And what
that,
you
please let
described
me
as
know.
airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It just seems weird, right?
It's to avoid if someone wants to
They didn't have a search warrant.
go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant McKenna go from there?
We followed the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
Thanks for popping
And
in.
with regard to the
Yeah,
Sallyport
well.
garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
I mean,
Now,
maybe
as
they
far
didn't.
as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
Nothing. You
Tried to
waited
set
until the
perimeter
car
as
was
best we could using
shoved.
caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point,
A theme through this entire case. The best we could. The best we could. Garbage.
you leave the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Mechanic?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call
So
for
why are
any
you
kind of
using their
sort of
facilities?
homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of, I get feedback from, I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work
So
on
you're
these
the
cases,
sole
and essentially the case
decision
officer is
maker.
just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with
You
reference
just
to that
said you were the
collaborative effort
sole
that you were
decision maker.
discussing in this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I have shared everything we had, kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
The Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my
Temporary
next question. As
intake
far as the
area.
area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and the detective lieutenant have access to.
Where was
And
the
it's
blood at that point?
the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022, were you working in regard to this investigation on that day as well?
Yes,
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document, correct?
Yes,
And that would include at Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe.
correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed on Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port Garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle.
correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
There was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from crime scene services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to
Sure about that?
taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what if any differences or what if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what if anything happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
The Sallyport video. Your Honor. With court permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sallyport video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st of 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m.
This one again. Okay, this is after it's in.
You can just pause it right there. Okay. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Right out.
Sure.
Super Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's sticking on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area Canton Police Department and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and state police lab that you were talking.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here. And so while this is going, if I could just ask a couple of questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sallyport Garage of Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is reported or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask a different.
I'm not sure there's anything said.
Oh, I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally?
I am dying.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing as far as there's a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike out.
Mr. Lally is struggling to not ask leading questions and to ask foundational questions as well.
Ms. Gomes, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
I don't like that he was asking questions just in general while that was playing.
Yes.
And at some point, that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit.
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Might be easier that way. So you can stay right there.
Earbud warning.
Sir, do you recognize that?
Earbud warning.
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That's I recognize that to be the housing unit.
There will be
And as
tape
far
and
as
paper and
you're recognizing
scissors
the
and
housing
knives
unit,
and
is there any sort
ripping.
of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a state police crime lab sticker with a number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as an next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look.
Sure.
With the court's permission, is the
Yes.
I would like to submit this box as Exhibit A. Do you want to know what's in the box? Sure. I told you. No. Do not drop it. Something fell out of the bag. What fell out of the bag?
Thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
That's a big taillight.
Put it on the bag. We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, hold on. So it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
You know what I mean? Required was the A, the light, and the 44 is back.
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting
544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February
Wow.
1st? Yes.
That's all.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the
That's
court's
all I
permission,
have
if
to
I could ask
Wow.
just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. You can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thanks. Just when you can take that down, Mr. Officer, you can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brent from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that,
What?
how many times did you
Why?
go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different days that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well.
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
during the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Ms. Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Ms. Cummins, I got it. Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Ms. Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer out there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what many vehicles you observed in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Ms. Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on the screen?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Just going to be providing from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
And from what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Kent Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to One Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Team was with you and took some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
So, Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. Ask you to look up when you're finished. Sure, but just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
It's 5:45 to 5:50.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. And Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen is now marked as exhibit 546?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from exhibit 6, on the Ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where he is on this vehicle that's there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
As far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on.
Maybe push briefly.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to go make a phone call. We're skedaddling.
Sure, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes,
And memorialized in those photographs that were just sent to you, is that correct?
correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Pro Tem?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll see if introducing the next meeting exhibit.
No objection.
The view of those jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have. Photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes,
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
it's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's on the driver's side or passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
With respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. That's my actual. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a very accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you have occasion to?
I am muted. I thought I unmuted myself. Court is good. We started today with some feistiness to from both sides. So basically the prosecution was like, you're causing problems and you're like difficult and you're annoying and we hate you, and the defense is they're liars and they're dumb, and the defense is like, absolutely not, you guys are the idiots. And he tried to do this, Mr. I is what we're calling him. He tried to do this like big grandstanding moment in front of the judge. The jury was not in the room and she was not having it. His like reputation and like his like ethics were questioned by Mr. Lawley's team. And so that was really a weird way to start the morning. It felt very strange. And I think the judge has kind of let it go, but it's still very strange. And now we're getting into this. Who is on the stand right now? Great question. No one asked. But it's Officer Proctor, the lead investigator from the state troopers of the case at once Canton recused themselves. Once Canton PD recused themselves, even though everything was stored at Canton PD and they used the Sally Port and everything. So yeah, you should be able to hear me now. I thought I unmuted myself, but I muted myself. So that's what's happening.
To return to 34
And
Fairview Road on
they're
those days?
I did.
And
about to
you
go on
mentioned
lunch
a little
break.
bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic clear in red.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant, that general area, the front and left of the property.
We are
Now,
very
with regard
familiar.
to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I vote, Sean?
Yes.
It is expected
So, that
to be done by the
you
end of
recognize
the
that
month.
bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's
Your
an
butt
evidence
had
bag
one
containing
warning.
3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could,
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
my fault.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
It's going to be terrible. It is so shiny. It's almost giving like an outline, like a cartoon outline. Look at the judge face. Look at that is the worst noise. He moved the microphone in the worst way.
Sure, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
Does he know how to use scissors? I feel like it looks like he doesn't know how to use scissors. Oh, he's left-handed. And they're right-handed scissors. I feel like okay.
So you can place those back in the bag. I'm also seeking introducing you to the next exhibit. No objection.
Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regards to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Okay, note to any potential lawyers. If your witness is left-handed and needs to use scissors, get left-handed scissors? Is that a thing?
Small bag in here.
They
containing
are a
glass.
thing.
Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, any objection?
We can go ahead and
I
open.
want to object, but I don't know.
Go ahead and open.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I don't think that's how you were supposed to do that.
Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and,
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, Roach.
Why is he
Yes.
shocked?
Yes, that far.
Shouldn't he know how the evidence is sealed in these evidence bags?
All right, so go,
I don't need a motion. No objection.
how many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
What I am having some concern at why he's so shocked, like why he didn't know that that's what they were in there.
Thank you. The brown bag will be 564 and it's in 17.
The 11th, if you could open that up and move those items.
Yeah, they do in elementary school. They make them for adults too. I googled it. I'm not left-handed, so I don't know the struggle. All right, big, little.
So if you could put those back in that. Your Honor, call motion to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit. With regard to the fact from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness read the
Yes.
items.
She's like, yes. I definitely think there's like some performance anxiety happening as well. Oh my gosh, so many pieces. This is the taped together
Sir, if you
piece.
could turn those items to that.
That's the forensic puzzler. All right, just catch
Your Honor, call
them in
motion
there.
to introduce the minutes the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, that's enough.
Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Except for the ones that are pieced
Now,
together, taped
I'd like
together.
to turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Or was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself, what, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So that each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number, and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage is pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry. But next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their video system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection's sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
no.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Mechanic with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Mechanic and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Mechanic made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing, or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
I'm sorry, but I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference Over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the current, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to
Were any of them
those
recorded?
witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any of those witnesses, had you met or did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert.
Oh my God.
So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
Did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age
Really?
difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything
Damn.
as far as like mostly our children.
And she
5-6
has, how many
times a
children does
day?
your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7,
And you have children as well?
Self
I
5
do.
or 6 times
how
a
old?
day.
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text or if you?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Don't you guys have
No.
work to do?
As far
5-6
as
times a day?
Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February, I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well. How would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
Yeah. Why don't you take your lunch? Because we're getting back into this acquaintance,
muted.
friend, close friend, best friend. I talk to my sister 5 times a day. Nonsense. We're going to skedaddle through all of this.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So. Council approach. Sure. Council.
She's sleepy. She needs a nap. All right, I just like to See if anything happens before they exit. Come on. Wow. That's really cutting into lunch break. Oh my gosh. All right. We're just going to skedaddle right through.
Goes back to session, you may be seated.
Bring the witness in, please.
Be mindful to step up and just remember to film.
So jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And, how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2020?
Loose acquaintances?
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they had never been to my house. So it was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. Over the course of maybe 10 years, I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert, or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors, as far as superior officers in your unit, in regard to this?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Mechanic, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell the Sergeant Mechanic, Lieutenant Fanning, or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically, or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
I don't believe that for one bit.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, but I don't. I don't believe that him having a connection with this family did not impact the investigation. I wholeheartedly think it did. Even if we take the fact that he's thinking about them differently already. He's thinking about them differently already. Of course, it's going to impact the case. It may not have been, oh my gosh, we need to save the Alberts from all of this, right? And they're just really bad cops at their jobs. I don't know. It definitely impacted the case in some way. It may have been minuscule, but it impacted his investigation. I don't believe it.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor of Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
and different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or a piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
The several numbers that aren't identified, the three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
Right.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details.
Was he the one who said he needs to brandish his gun more often? First grade / junior high friends, and some of them are only numbers in your phone who were so good, great question. The Celebrite data breaks it down into a number sending a text message. And sometimes it will say that it'll have the number. Sometimes it'll say like what it's titled as the contact. But usually what they have done is gone through and labeled the numbers that they care about, so that are going to be questioned. So they'll say like this number and like put like a little post-it or something, or like highlight it or like handwrite it or something. Like this is Terry and this is Mark and this is James. So the Celebrite is breaking it down into the numbers, so because it's the full data print. So you're getting like the phone number, the text message, the time, the GPS coordinates for the first pole that it bounced off of to be sent, and probably like carrier information as well. Good question that I know the answer to. But Raylene is a junior high friend from 6th grade, and like I'm not gonna say how. I'm not gonna say how long, but forever.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first.
And I just want to say, if I had to read her name in my phone out in court, I would be so embarrassed.
Message sent, date, and time, and the last message sent, date, and time, correct?
So
Yes.
What is the first message sent, date, and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
Yeah, a gross one.
And the next message, sir,
I
from
don't
that same page,
think it's funny.
2527.
The next one is it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular.
Yes.
And
You got a chip on your shoulder?
this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the
He has a
response there?
story.
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid 40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid 40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to
John's
John
Facebook page.
O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there, what is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
Sure.
This is like, are we going through every text message? Who are we talking to here? Like, who is he talking to? Who is he talking to? The Raylene's nickname in my phone has a reason, and it's hilarious to us because we lived it and it was so funny. I'm not going to say it out loud. But yeah, people have funny names in their phones for people. And sometimes I would I wouldn't know what to do.
10-minute break. Okay.
I wouldn't know what to do if I had to read that one. All right, taking a little break. I think, here's my thing. I think Karen thinks she has a good poker face, but she doesn't. Her face is very,
So do you have that copy for me?
All right.
interesting. They might have text message, they might have text conversations that do not match, as in some might be missing or that type of thing. All right, so let's get back.
You are Get the witness back, please.
Let's get back to it. Get this witness here. I gotta get going.
Yes, sir.
It's been a really chatty juror day. Okay.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention
That's very
again
true.
within that same packet to 2532.
Who is he talking to?
And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I
No,
could turn-
no, shut up. Shut all the way up. Shut your whole entire face right up. That is so, I'm gonna jump out of my skin. Shut up. That is not what that text meant. That is exactly not what that text meant. Let's just, no, absolutely not. When he said, oh, I'm sure the guy said, oh, the homeowner's gonna catch some shit, right? Because there's a dead man on his front lawn. And he said, no, he's a Boston cop too. So no, he's not going to catch anything. Why? Because he's a cop. Not, oh, it just so happens that they're both cops. Not, well, it's wild. They're both cops. They're both Boston PD. No, he's Boston cop too. A completely different implication, meaning he's not going to catch anything because he's a cop.
I could turn
And
your
the
attention
jury
to
is too
2533.
smart. I'm sorry, that moment is going to go
Top
down
of the
in
page, sir,
history.
if you
with
could
this case.
read through that page as far as who's texting and what do they say.
There's
Again,
no way.
friend from Tennessee and myself.
There's no way.
I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
What does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534.
What's happening here? How are these even? What's going on?
And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
This is all
Speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I can say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the, gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
There has to be some accuracy.
Mhm.
Is it, like what do we mean? We're just loosely reading these texts. You just spitfiring theories with your bro in Tennessee who just wants to brand. Like, I don't understand.
It's a HTML link, whiteout /Proctor iCloud /group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
You're reading out the iCloud link. I can't. What's
Yes, sure.
actually happening?
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure.
What?
So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535.
There's
You
clearly
indicated business,
issues
correct?
here.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Rita struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a number series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are.
He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it in the court of law. He's gonna say it. And I just need everyone to be ready for it. I'm so excited.
These are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Say them out loud.
Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though,
Go back.
no ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in the private or any type of setting.
I don't care. Shut up. I want you to. I want you to say it.
At some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a state trooper live texting his investigation. That is a state trooper live texting his investigation. And those are the words that he's saying about someone who is not yet to be even slightly found guilty. She is rumored to have done A, B, and C. It's all rumors. It's not, he didn't even go to the scene of the crime until 3 or 4 days later. And he's calling Karen, I can't say it on YouTube, ACUNT, to his friends. What do you mean? Ladies and gentlemen, that's your police officer. That's your case officer. That's your sole decision maker.
And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph?
Let him know who shared that photo.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again nutbag, as chief would say. I also respond with she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
What? I'm sorry, what?
And what, if anything, is that in reference?
I also respond with she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to misread some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made that I'm not proud of.
Did he say leaky
As far
doorknob?
as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Which
May I
is
approach this
such
retreat?
garbage. This is that's such a that's so this is garbage. This is garbage. You were comfortable leaving a paper trail of your opinions hours into having this case.
Yes.
But
Now, Trooper Proctor,
Lolly had to
contained
do this.
within,
So the
you've seen text
cross-examiners
messages
didn't.
amongst yourself and a variety
The
of
defense didn't.
different people
But they'll get
from that
into it.
same sort of
Not today. They'll
iCloud
get
area of
into
your
it.
personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
May I approach?
Yes.
I really wanted him to say it out loud. I'm really pissed that they didn't make him go back and read verbatim.
I'm showing you another
Read
document.
verbatim
Recognize
their
that?
text.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent date and time, last message sent date and time, what is indicated on this first date?
First message sent date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
You talk to your
Now,
sister
just in
5
reference to
times a day.
the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes,
And what does that indicate?
a text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had a stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667.
I hate this, but I love this at the same time.
And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney. Correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And they knows you. Who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." There was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, "Yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide."
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone.
You
it was just kind of
literally
an overall
did.
innocent conversation.
You literally
Now,
just.
turning your attention to the next page,
You read text
2669.
messages where you
Again, if you
did.
could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
Am I missing something? You just did.
My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "In the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that.
Very
3:07, I
moment.
respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
This is so.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?" She responded, "Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth?" ? I respond with, "She's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, "Yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop."
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
How would you
I'm
describe
having
this
a hard
context of this
time.
conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676.
Sir. Because they're so proud of you.
And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who's saying, who's speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, "We write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case." My sister responded, "No, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works." I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. "I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though." My sister responds, "Yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting?" She responded with, "Ha, ha, ha." And then I responded, "Yep." And then my sister responded with, "Okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home."
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What? Why would they not want to go home? Were they staying with you?
Mhm.
There's context that we're missing to a lot of these messages.
May I approach,
But
Your Honor?
some of
Yes.
them, you don't need context. You're out here calling witnesses to crimes,
We have documents, sir. Do you recognize that?
potential criminals.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Just
Um,
messages.
Again, what is your wife's name?
They're not private anymore.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the
That's
first message
small.
sent
He's making himself right now.
5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than
Go off, King.
they're regrettable and
Okay.
it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
Oh my God, don't care.
Coach
You used it
Yes.
proudly. Get over it.
So Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, because he got all soft voiced when he realized he's going to have to say CUNT in court. And that's when his voice got all, oh no. It's a tiny little boy. Like, no, you texted. You said, you called her a nut job. You called her all these things. You said all these crazy things. And there probably is so much more worse. Like, there's probably so much more. That was a snippet, a section, a little piece of a moment when he was on his phone. Like, his screen time moment was just a little hair of his screen time over the duration of the investigation of the unaliving of John O'Keefe. And you're telling me he straight up just called her a CUNT and text to his friend who just said, I gotta brandish a gun more often. You're not setting up to be the good guy there. Like, it's not a you're making yourself comfy and cozy and in some nice white blankets, right? Like, it looks like right now it seemed like you are about to get your gray sweater and do a YouTube apology. You know, like, go get your gray hoodie, go get your little soft blankets, and sit cross-legged on the floor or on your couch and be all small. I'm so sorry for the language that I used. I'm learning. No, you are a grown-ass man with kids, and you're calling people these words to random humans, and then to sit there and say, oh, I would never tell important details about an investment. You literally just did.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that's within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
All right, let's boot Scoot and Boogie because I got to boot Scoot and Boogie. They're dancing. They're chit-chatting. Lawyers being lawyers.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
We like to see them communicating.
Sir, before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later. And I conducted multiple interviews. We
Speak up.
conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Mr. O'Keefe's, based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Ms. Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Ms. Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And it was clear that she was a
So if I could turn your
CUNT.
attention to
and
the
the
documents
people
before you, do you recognize
across
those?
The country needed
do.
to know that.
And
That was clear.
as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico
Oh.
and yourself
She's-
both work within the same unit
She's going to say it again. Sorry for the sirens.
with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
How would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we golf together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple of pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632.
I want to know the jokes. Are they funny?
And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate who is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
Jurors can't hear you. You need to do better. I am so tired of it.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. Even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Rowley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regards to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in or Sergeant Buchanan not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to with that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico busted each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
May I approach room?
Yes.
Another document asking if you recognize that.
Myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained there. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell's inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
Yeah, it would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I take just a second, Phil Council.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm just trying to skedaddle through
And give
the
another set of documents.
dead air.
You those look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kaskowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct
Do
you
we
to
get
the
any
bottom of the page,
context
sir,
with
and
the
see the text
picture?
from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir,
No.
what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could
must
direct
be
you to the
chewed
following
on
page,
herself.
2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, that's her. Smoke. Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. Can I approach you, retrieving your arm?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as
Whoa.
June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
I'm going to be going back
Miss
through
Reed is
this.
being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you.
I'm going to be going back through this today.
Yes.
Want to give another set of documents to recognize those?
Whoa.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
Yep,
And what is
speak
the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Oh,
Now turning your attention
They
to
got-
the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
I would love to know the context or see the photo.
Sorry, go the date and time again, please.
Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly am.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, you're talking about his client's phone. Who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point,
No
can you describe to the
nudes
jury sort of what's going
so
on
far.
during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google
sure.
searches.
Sounds like it.
That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone,
I'm just going to pause for a second. All of those words that he said, he could have texted. His response right there, I didn't find anything, but then I came across conversation with her attorney in her phone, so I had to stop because that's a breach of farther deeper than a search warrant. But what you did text was no nudes so far. But we're supposed to think, man, you're such a good dude.
where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go?
Trooper Garino essentially
Why would
hooks
a
up to
man
a device
be
called
there?
Great Key, where he tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for news or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Ms. Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More
Yeah, but
evidence contained within the phone.
But you said
And so, sir,
to your
you mentioned at
superiors
some
and
point you came
colleagues.
across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is more disappointing than I even
May I
expected.
have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, you can't.
Thanks, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Okay, they're going to sidebar. And we are going to start cross-examination.
You are unmuted. All right, so
Probably with
just before you
exception.
start then, so we'll finish at 4. We're trying to figure out the schedule this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another date this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Super
Cross-examination.
Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kaczkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buchnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all
Supervisors and
5 of them
colleagues.
that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you
What were you
refer
doing?
to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I use regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
Can I approach?
Yes.
The R word
Same document.
is
Your Honor, I think the court has the copy
Yeah, like-
that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
you're banished, you know? Like banished, you're banished from just all visual, audible, you're banished. Stop it. Grow up.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would
Me
ask
too,
that this
Crystal.
document be marked as next in
too.
order,
We have the same sentiment.
assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally,
Correct.
All right, is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco, and Yuri Buchanan?
Regrettable language, he calls it.
Yes.
Regrettable.
That has to be this remark.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you. It's not on there. Have that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh boy. Like Karen thinks I swear Karen thinks she has a good poker face. But baby girl, you don't.
Unmute.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DiCicco had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentlemen?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination, gentlemen?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph
The big
that you received?
I can't read it. It says the big story. Something.
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct
me.
examination with Mr. Lally? About
Mr.
receiving a photograph from of Mr. Yannetti.
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir. Yes.
Who's the retarded client?
Look at
I
her
was
just
referring to Miss Reed
looking.
again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you're referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator. The person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
That's fair. But
After you referred to my client
it's true.
as retarded,
He's gonna say
Then
as much as possible.
you decided to make
Remind
a
the
comment
jury.
about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer. correct?
Yannetti.
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
And it is your right to
Well, yes,
call her a
In
CUNT and
August.
but it don't look good.
Of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
All right. I'll let it stand.
This is a really
What did you tell your colleagues
really
that you were looking
interesting
for
moment.
as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses. Did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did you not know?
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
he's gonna
I'll allow it.
he said it. Those are his words.
No nude so far.
No nudes so far,
Mhm.
correct?
Not
correct.
news.
And you said that
News.
to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
No news.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos in anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed,
Like I
correct?
said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson,
I
it was
don't
a
know.
poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no
Info's been
news
out.
so far
He still got a job.
to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again.
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
You guys
To be clear, when you
sidetracked.
sent those text messages
Stop.
on that group chat, those text messages
He's
included, as
doing
we
a great
said,
job.
as you
This
said,
is a great
not
moment
one
for
but two of
him.
your supervisors, correct?
Right.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Unetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
Just want to make mention
After you
how
received the
red.
photo, that's when
His
you
face
said,
is?
I'm quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the
Yeah.
top of that page?
Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, he encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
This is,
Did you believe
yeah.
that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it?
Did
Did
it?
it say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's getting some good questions and he is getting a good
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of
block,
any
but that's fine.
good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
Yes.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you heard innocent until proven guilty?
It's especially important early in an investigation before all of the facts are known that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated will be full days of testimony shortly. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I really want to stay and talk about what just happened, but I have
All
to
right, so
go.
one last time at sidebar for scheduling, okay?
Why can't they just schedule open? Oh my gosh. All right, you know, I'd like to see. They ruined his day.
All right, thank you very much.
He feels
All right,
like
so
a
what, please?
stupid idiot dum dum boy for sure. I need this and this. So I have to go, but I really, really want to talk about what happened. So I will make some notes and we can talk about it before the next stream. I don't know when that will be. It might be tomorrow morning. I have to figure out this dog situation up, but oh my God. Oh my God. That man sucks. That man sucks. Like, why would a man be there? Can we just, let me just say this. You look even worse with the answers that you're giving in this courtroom. You look so stupid. Period. You look so stupid. Oh, the regrettable comments. Blah, 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 blah. No one cares. No one cares about it at all. No one's like, oh my God, I can't believe he said a one off kilter thing once. It wasn't once. It was over and over and over and over and over again. He has no common sense. He has no common sense. And it looks bad. When it was, oh, well, I was doing this and then I came across this and da da da. But I sent to my superiors, no nudes yet. Boy, if you don't get out of my face right now, if you don't get yourself out of my face, he is not out of the hot seat yet. We will continue cross-examination. It was today. So we just watched Monday. Today was the continuation of the cross-examination of Michael Proctor. I will not be skipping ahead. I will watch everything live with you guys. but very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. And the defense will start their case very, very soon. I have to go. I might see you guys tomorrow. If not, I'll see you guys on Friday. Okay, bye. Thanks for being here. Subscribe.